All right. It says we're live. Oh, and I've still got this on. Hold on. Oh, no. Other way around. Cool. Shut that down automatically, and now I'll put it back on. That wasn't good. That was almost double sound. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fridays. We're back, and we're going to have some more fun with our little drum game. We still have a week until our game jam, so I hope everybody signed up. I should have actually opened that up before we began. Um, there we go. We are on 61 people who have shown interest so far, so that's pretty damn cool. I am excited. I hope that everybody's going to enjoy themselves, and yeah, um, pretty damn cool. So, um, yeah, not much more news directly on the game jam. I don't know if people have seen the Tilt 5 stream that we had earlier this week. Also, for those who are interested in Tilt 5, Malcolm on his YouTube channel has put a whole how he created a Tilt 5 dungeon crawler game video, which is a really interesting watch. So yeah, that's a nice little game that he built, and he runs through the whole process of building the game there. So that's worth watching. Other than that, the other new thing is I can't really see directly whether I'm holding that up properly because I'm seeing the stream slightly delayed. Maybe. I've got a Quest 3. Thank you, Meta, for sending me one. Yeah, I only got it yesterday, so I've hardly had any time to really do anything with it. But that will be very useful in looking into a couple of issues that need to be solved, and probably also using it for testing some development work on there because first impressions are impressive. It's a huge leap forward compared to the Quest 2, and initial reaction, putting it next to the Quest Pro that I've been using for the past couple of months, um, is that it's also a step forward, which I knew that obviously the Quest 3 was more powerful processor wise, but it also looks sharper. Again, initial first impressions, having only yet used it for a couple of hours today. But yeah, very impressive. I'm looking forward to playing more with it and getting to know it. And yeah, good device. I'm happy with it. For tonight, we are going to go back to our lovely Index. I have found for streaming that the Index is still my favorite go-to headset. First of all, because of the way that it deals with sound. The fact that it allows me to output sound to the headset and simultaneously to my stream. That's probably something that I can set up properly with the Quest as well, but I need to figure that out at some point. But the other thing is that this is a headset that's very easy to take on and off. That I must say is going to be interesting with the Quest Pro as well. Or sorry, the Quest 3, because even though the strap does get a little bit in the way, I can just hold it against my face like this, and take it off again. That has me excited because yeah, it does feel that it's very quick to just put on and take off, um, which is something that I like in a headset that I can use as a developer headset. I know that I have the basic strap on there. I don't have the deluxe straps and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, it works and feels better, even though it's a similar strap to the Quest 2. I had more problems with that with the Quest 2. I found it easier to hold the Quest 2 in a way that I was obscuring its cameras that messed up the tracking. And yeah, with the Quest 3, it is a little easier to just hold it onto your head, test your thing, and then take it back off again and rinse and repeat. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that. What else do we want to talk about before we get into the stream? Well, I'm not sure if it's on the background, but there is some Moza hardware on the background. My son's getting into sim racing, so I got that primarily for my son. as an upgrade for the Logitech steering wheel that we have. But it also means that I can do some testing with Godot, of course. So that is on the agenda. I have been thinking a lot about the old vehicle project that I had on my YouTube channel. And while we did do a stream a little while ago to upgrade it to Godot 4, it is one of my earliest projects, but it's also one of the most wanted projects. So it's gathered a lot of attention over the years. So yeah, I'm wondering if I should do a Godot 4 restart, and then focus indeed on, hey, can we make it work with something like a Mozart setup? Can we do something cool with that? I don't know yet. It's probably going to be after I am finished tinkering with our little drum game. That is where we are going to continue with tonight. I am still unsure about where I want to end up with the drum game, whether I'm just going to see if I can make the basics work and then leave it there, or whether I develop it further. It really depends a little bit on the feedback that I get on it. I'm going to run into a problem soon where the fact that I am not a drum player myself, that I'm going to get stuck with how far I can take this. So I am flipping back and forward between, am I going to put this on HIL so that people can try it out, give me some feedback, share some ideas, or maybe see if there's a musician that wants to work with me and who wants to make some simple songs with then specifically, the drum track taken out of the song and the drum track then set into the the sequencer or whatever it's called that we built last week, so that we can actually play or attempt to play a song. And do everything around that. We will see. So for tonight, I think it is all going to be around just dressing this up a little bit more. I want to do some things. If you miss a note, what happens then? If you successfully hit a note, what happens then? Just put some effects in there and make it in a way that we can easily configure and replace scenes that actually have the effects in there, so that we can have different instruments react differently on screen. Before I forget, one other announcement. I've had a Discord server for a long time. I set that up when I set up my Patreon page. My Patreon members and my YouTube members from the second tier up should have access to the Discord server. That was one of the perks that we set up. I've opened up my Discord server. There's a link in the description, and I will be placing that link on future videos and streams as well. It only gives access to the general chat on the Discord server. There's a couple of private channels. I've also got an announcement channel on there, which is accessible to anybody who joins. So I'll try and post whenever I am planning to stream on there. Again, just because it's easier to make sure that people see the announcements. It gets lost on YouTube from time to time. So yeah, that is just an experiment that I'm running. I'm mostly very active on the official Godot Discord anyway. That's where most people are. So I'm not sure if there is a lot of benefit to having my own Discord. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see if it gets popular, or if it just stays a little nice place for a few people to hang out. We will see. Anything else that I want to mention before we get in here? No, I think that is pretty much it. So we need to start looking at where we left off last week. So there's a couple of things that I want to change here, and sort of complete this system. Obviously, right now I've still got just placeholder objects here, and we're going to keep those for a little bit. But what I do want to do is start color coding things. So instead of these hard-coded colors, I want to change the different colors of the drums so that we can also sync those colors to the notes that are coming on the line. The other thing that I wanted to do is on my play line, I wanted to rotate this a bit. And I'm just going to set a nice rotation here. Let's say 20 degrees, just to make it a little bit more visible that you look at that line a little better. Obviously, the end goal is to replace everything with nicer graphics instead of having these bars or boxes or rectangles or whatever they are. Hey, Snellmo Games, I am going to continue on the drum game and seeing how much more we can build in tonight's session. Oh, the other thing, by the way, I need to excuse myself. I have been doing a lot of talking today. My throat is at its end, so if I'm starting to lose my voice at some point, I apologize. Hey, Cyber Aberino, how are you going? Good morning. Well, a good night for me, but good morning for you. All right. So yeah, no, I wanted to put that on a bit of an angle to just make it easier to see. So I think we're going to start with just doing the color change. So that we can also sync that color between everything. Now, obviously, at this point in time, we have everything set up in a way that eventually when we load the song is going to determine the instruments and everything like that. So while a lot of that is still missing, I am going to start looking into at least starting to set up things here. So we have our track here. We're just going to add an export var primary color. That is going to be a color. And we're going to default that right now to white. Cool. Okay. That means that if we go, no, where do I save my song? Oh, here, songs. So if we go in here, we have our two tracks. We should now have a color in there. So, however, what we have right now is that our track here is nicely linked to this. We haven't linked our instrument to this yet, I think. So when we look at our instrument, yeah, we don't know what that is yet. And obviously the idea is that eventually we'll have a bit of logic that creates the instruments and the tracks based on the song that we've loaded. But we're going to at least make all the placeholders intact. But I just wanted to have a look at, where is my, oh, here we go, display track. So how did we do that here? That's our instrument that so that's the link between those two. Okay. We have our track now here. So we're actually retrieving that as we need it. We don't really have a setup. We have a clear track, an update track, that's for playing. So obviously the color becomes important here for creating our notes. That's fine. I think I'm going to, because we're not linking it to the track itself. We just put track number in there. Does it make sense to just link it to the track? And then we don't have to parse that in here anymore. I think that makes far more sense than instead of putting track number here. But that already means that we... Hi, Ivan. How you going? That would mean that I need to really start looking at the load logic. And I think that goes a little bit further than I want. Or are we going to build that? That is tempting. Because obviously right now, in our... Actually, where do we have that? That's in here. That's our song resource. Okay, so then we have a conductor. And here we're loading our song. So I actually want to make that a function for later. Load song. Song path. Okay. And in this case, we're actually going to use load instead of preload. That is going to have some interesting issues by itself. There we go. Okay. Load new song. Because the other question here now is that if we have the conductor like this, do we then make that the node under which we build everything? It does kind of make sense. That's a good question. Do we make this a node in our scene? And when we look at our main scene, we have our drum set and we have our play line. That's basically everything that gets created as part of our song. So we could have a node here for the conductor instead of having this as an auto load, which is what we did before. We created the conductor as an auto load script. We can instead just put our conductor in here, and then as part of our load song logic, create the drum set and create the play line, which also means that we want some sort of we could just hide the conductor when we're not playing a song. That's probably a good thing as well. I think that's not a bad idea. The Slipknot drummer has already been replaced. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know what is his name? There's a YouTuber. I think he's Spanish, Esperanza or something like that. He's doing these crazy drum videos at the moment, where he's doing all these drum tricks and stuff like that. And yeah, he had a joke at some point as well that he could replace the drummer in Slipknot because he was a big Slipknot fan. Who knows? Could be. Okay, I'm very tempted to move the conductor out of being a being here. We're going to destroy our game right now. And instead, we are going to also create a scene for our conductor. Oops. There we go. I'm still not sold on this name, by the way. I used this name because that was what it was called in one of the what you call it? My mind's not working today. In one of the tutorials that I was following, but well, we'll see. It is slowly growing on me, but there we go. We put that in there. So we have a song that's loaded here, our difficulty, and what are we playing. That's pretty cool. I'm not against that being there. I'm wondering if the song should be exported like this, but yeah, I'm actually thinking that should just be a normal var. There we go. Then this one can go. Boom. So we just have our song difficulty, or the difficulty that we are currently, because that's also something that we can easily change in our menu system. We have our song. We have right now our display text. We can actually change that because that is going to become part of what we're doing here. So if we're in our main scene, we can now go and, oops, conductor. We can just put our conductor scene in there. Boom. And then we're actually going to slowly start replacing all this with our actual song information. Now the other one is I want my play line to be reproduced there. So I think, oops, we're just going to put that on -2 and then 0.5 so that we can easily reproduce that in our conductor scene, because that is now where we want to have that. So actually I want 2 nodes. So this is going to be our drum set. This is going to be our play line. Okay, so that one was 20 degrees, that was 0.5, and then -2. Yes, LSP, damn, I can't even pronounce his name. Estipario Siberina. Yeah, he's great. I completely butchered his name there. But yeah, I love the guy. He is amazing. He is absolutely amazing. Not that I think that you could ever play like him on this, but you never know. So we are going to go, I'm actually going to move that a bit more like this. We are going to go and put our play line that we have here. I'm just going to reproduce that for now. And in this case, obviously, oh, actually, no, I can just change this to a mesh instance. I want to do that way. No, in this case, I want that to be a separate node because I think we eventually will replace that with something nice. Because one of the other things that I want to do as part of our song loading logic is that we also choose some of the visual aspects of things. So obviously we already can choose the instruments that we're supposed to be loading. But yeah, okay, so let's have a look. This just needs to be a box match. And then I just want to go and replace a 5, 0.5, 0.5. Let's just replace or replicate that for now. 0.05, 0.05. We have our play line just back there. Mesh for now. That really doesn't matter much. But we now have, yeah, that doubling up. Okay. Because obviously this is all going to be removed, right? We're just keeping that as placeholders. Now that means that for our song, we should actually go and create all the tracks for these different drums. And that also means that we probably need to find a way to nicely, eventually I want to make a little editor for this, but that's a little bit too much to do up front. So when we go and look at our song, there we go. We need to change this to 6 tracks. There we go. Okay. Because that's the thing that I don't like. Is there's no nice way to copy these over. Um, hmm. OBS Studio is disconnected. That's not good. So I hope you guys aren't having. There we go. Reconnection successful. I hope that wasn't a too bad stream interruption. That was interesting. Interesting. YouTube isn't complaining, so hopefully that one's fine. Okay, so how do I make my life easy? Because the other thing that I have is with instruments so close together, we're obviously going to have to figure out a way that these lines are nicely spaced out. And again, that's also why I want to do something with colors. Because I don't think we can position them one on one from here. So I'm thinking that we need to do something like that we add like 1, 2, 3, 4, or should we put some sort of offset? I think we need an offset in our info. Yes, I think that's the way to do it. So let's go to our track. We have our location for instrument. Let's actually put in an export category here. I call it instruments. There we go. That's for those two. I'm going to just call that track. And I want our primary color to be part of that. And I want our play line. Here we just create an export var offsets. There we go. Okay, let's see how badly that messed up our existing song information. Interesting. Why is it not grouping it? As far as I know, that is supposed to work for this. Maybe that's because we already had it open. I don't know. Good. That well, you know, that's probably where the slight delay in YouTube is a good thing. I'm not going to worry about the categories for the moment because I don't want to be distracted by that. But I think that will do just fine for now. So we can just decide where on our play line our track line is. We got a color at the top. That's fine. I'm actually going to go and pull that play line offsets just to make that more clear. And this I want to go pull instrument. Ah, look, I've actually lost my instrument in shuffling that around. Instrument C. No, I just want to keep that instrument. So, Because that is supposed to. Nah, let's not do that. Okay. Well, we have to create everything from new anyway, so that's all right. It also means that it has remembered our beats. That's at least not gone haywire. That probably will once we because that actually needs to be part of our track. So I'm going to go and actually I'm going to go and make sure that I've got something like that selected. So I actually want that to be over here. So our track is our primary color, and we have our notes, then we have our instrument information, and we have our play line information. All right. Let's see how badly we've lost. Oh, it's actually moved that around. So it's interesting that we've only lost our instrument in moving that around. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Cool. No, in this case, that doesn't have to be tool because we're not actually doing anything but storage with it. Hi, Zane. Very good. You know, as long as you're on compatibility, the Quest 3 should work fine with Godot 4.2 as well. But there are a few problems with the Vulkan driver, which are all new. A bit of an annoyance. All right. Oops, no, it's no. So this was my tom instrument. Tom drum. And this one was my crash cymbal. Yeah. And let's say that we're making this guy some sort of color bluish. Okay, just so that we have something. Then this guy. Okay. I'm actually going to go back to the song. I'm going to actually keep that on 2. Because we'll add things in as we replace them here. Ah, hey, Sahin, thank you for becoming a member. Yeah, I think the Donate Cup of Coffee membership should give you access to my member sections on the Discord server. So let me know if you are on Discord. Let me know if you can indeed see those, because I am not 100% sure if I've set that up completely the way that it should be set up. So yeah, let me know if that all works for you. Okay, so we're going to go and replace those two with our actual new drum on our conductor object. Let's see. And the bit that's going to be important is our transform. Now the problem is how to copy all this lovely information. Let's just start by copying the position. This is going to be a pain in the butt. Oh, which way around does it do that? Okay, I think that might be the other way around. We'll see. Okay. We could have these open side by side, but let's go and just copy this over. Got those colors. Okay. So that one. And then we have that one. Bless you, Blake. Okay. And now for the really funky bit. So 100, that's fine. That's going to be that, and that's also going to be that. Okay. So that was that one and that one. Now the other way around is that one, but that's the negative there. Okay. So in theory, we should have copied it all over correctly. So The second thing that we need to do is see the offset there. So this one is, let's say that we put that on 0.3, and then that one eventually becomes, that's a bit, let's do 3 at the side, or do we do 4 at the side? Actually, 3, and then to add 6, so that becomes 9. Or do I do 2 and 4? I'll do 2.5 and 7.5. That's probably the better one. So that becomes, was it 0.2? Was it? Yeah, 0.2. 0.25. And this one 0.75. Okay. Let's also, let's just hide that one. And what is that? Oh, that's going to playline. So actually, I want to disconnect that signal. Whoa, what did I just do? That was not what I had in mind. I want to disconnect it. When you press the delete button, which is a logical thing that I think if you've got something selected, you press the delete button to get rid of it. That doesn't work here. Okay, so I'm actually going to go and disconnect that one as well in preparation. And now we need to basically do the same thing with this one. See, this one's not rotated, so that makes life a lot easier. So that's for this guy. And now the last one. Okay. Cool. Okay. Anything special here? So these are all things that we need to configure somewhere. All right. Let's first see if we can recreate our 2 instruments on our load song and go from there and then see if at least we can get everything to work again. So in our conductor, we have our difficulty, we have our playing. So we want a length here and a show notes. Those I'm going to actually repeat here. Export var play line length is going to be 4. I want to copy that from how we actually got our play lines. Display track. We want to go and copy that over. Make sure we have that defined the same way. And we can also want to have our show notes. So that's something that we can use when we create our tracks. Now I'm going to keep our display tracks here. Okay. So here we want to clear. So we're going to go and call that first. Clear. that means that we're going to start with for display track. Is it in display tracks? I think so. No, we're going to go and do this as, and then we're simply going to say conductor, no, play line. We don't need to have to remove child display. And we actually now don't need to do register and unregister. We're going to actually start creating those as we create our song. But anyone that we have in there, we remove. Oops, where are we? Here we go. And then we can just do our display. Right. And obviously we also have a remove our instruments. We will build that once we have them. And here we'll load the new song. Create instruments. No, actually create. Yeah, create instruments. We're going to be doing everything in Boolean. Okay. So now that we have a song loaded, we can get from our song, we can just go through our tracks. So here it becomes for track in song.tracks. Yeah, that's fine. So we need to create our instrument and we need to create our play line. Cool. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create our instrument. Now, the other thing, of course, is I think we lost our instruments. Oh no, I already put them back. So that and that. Perfect. All right, cool. So let's start with creating our instruments. That's just a pop. I'm pretty sure that there's a way to make that better. That's still something that I want to, instead of this being a file, try something. Because I think what we can do is an export var instrument, not as a string, but as a packed scene. I think if I do that, I should now be able to say load instrument tom drum. Here, load instruments, and that was the crash symbol. Save. So I think it was. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that was the thing. I needed to use packed scene. And that way we can actually directly instance from our packed scene because the scene is actually loaded as part of loading our song. Now, Godot should be caching most of that, but we might eventually want to build something where we already preload all the instruments so that they're sort of already in memory. And that would mean that this doesn't need to do any loading there. Okay. Cool. So we load our song, perfect. Now we create our instruments, track, and song tracks. Obviously, at some point, we need to make sure that that does background loading. But for now, we just do foreground loading. Actually, I'm going to put there to do background. Just so that I remember that. Create our instruments. So what we now can do is for instruments is track dot instruments dot instantiate, and that's going to create a nice little instrument scene. Okay, now what we obviously want to do is we want to keep an array of that as well, and we have also that. So perfect. Cool. Which means that we now can go and duplicate this. Do exactly the same here. Now we're going to go to drum set. Oops, dollar drum set. And that's going to be instruments. We're going to obviously remove our instruments and our display tracks. Cool. So here's our instrument. We're obviously going to go, oops, and add that to our drum set. We're also going to go and make sure that that is registered in our set of instruments, and that should make sure that we do that. And I think we can do a instrument.transform is track.location. Now, location a bit wrong name. Maybe I should have made that my transform name, but I don't care. It's a name's a name. Okay, so now we have our instrument. We now need our okay, let's, by the way, make sure that we have that. Okay, that also means that we need to display theme is we obviously want to have that in there. We're going to have to instantiate that as well. Perfect. We don't really have to type that, but I kind of like that for completeness. All right. We obviously don't need these guys anymore. There we go. That means also that here in display track, conductor difficulty, so we need to get the difficulty from somewhere else. Okay. Or we need to tell this guy who the conductor is. That's a good question. I think I'm going to want to duplicate that. So I'm actually going to make that part of this. Okay, and actually let's give that a default. I think that is nicer. Where are we? Okay, so now everywhere we have conductor difficulty, we're just going to make difficulty. Instrument currently, no difficulty. No difficulty. So we no longer need this. We no longer need that because we're not doing it that way anymore. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right. Okay. Well, that means that in our conductor, we do want to do a set value difficulty value, and in this case we don't really need to double check whether we are inside our tree because we won't have anything in our display track, so we can just do display track in display tracks, and here we're simply going to say display track difficulty is difficulty. I'm just going to go and give that to every track that we've loaded. So that allows us to change the difficulty level while the song is playing. Probably nobody's going to do that, but hey, That is just doing a clear track for everything. That's fine as well. Cool. All right. So now, one of the things that I really want to do here. We're actually going to assign that track. So that's something that we're going to change here as well. Instead of a track no, we're actually going to give that a track. And that is going to be a what is it? BDD track. Actually going to assign a track to that one. Okay. Which means that we no longer need you. If we're in the editor, we go out. If not track, we don't have a track to play, then we go out. And else we are going to play track. Cool. All right, which now means that we no longer need to do that. And we can take that out. Cool. Okay. Sweet. We've created our instrument. It's now time to create our display track. And that's going to be our display track scene.instantiate. Boom. Well, maybe at some point we actually need to check whether that is correctly working, but for now, we're going to say play line at child display track. Cool. And then display tracks dots push back. Display track. Hi, XSplats. I'm afraid not. But very cool to hear that you made a basketball game in VR. I'm trying to rack my brain because it does ring a bell, but love to get a link to your game and try it out because that is cool. The shame that I don't think you can post links in the chat in YouTube. That's a bit of a shame. So that would be good. You know, everybody's free to join my Discord now. The link is in the description, and you could post that into there. And I'm really glad that you've got lots of downloads and it's successful. That is really good to hear. So, oh, that actually reminds me as well. Well, first of all, again, a reminder for the Godot Jam for people who weren't here at the beginning. Go and join our Godot Jam. But the other thing is, submissions to the showreel for this year are open. So, if you want your game, whether you have finished it and are selling it, or whether it is just a demo project, or whether you only just started, if you have something nice, make sure to send in a submission, and you might see your game in the showreel. Now, for games where sound is important, unfortunately, the showreel will have its own soundtrack. So it's purely the visual part that will be included. But I really hope to see a bunch of VR games in the showreel this year. So, yeah, if you have a cool game that you have made, like the basketball game that XSplats is talking about, so XSplats, it would be really cool if you could submit it here. Let's get some XR games in the showreel. Yeah, that would be really cool. Okay, so now that we have the display track, first obviously we need to go and say display track dot track. Why is that not being that can actually go and we can cast that properly. There we go. That should now mean that we can see the track. Oh, it hasn't updated yet. Oh, so, yep. So we can assign a track to the track. That will make a nice little link between those two, so it knows which track to display stuff for. And that means that we don't have to keep sending that through. We now have a link. Now, Godot is making sure that when you do something like that, that is just a reference. So it's not duplicating the track or anything. We are referring to the actual track in the song that we have loaded. Cool, XSplat. That's good. I hope you you make it in, and you'll be one of the XR games that we can show off. Should be really cool. All right, so obviously we also need to go and copy things like that one. The difficulty we have already put in there. And the length, the same thing. And we have an update length here. How do we... Oh, that's... Yeah, that's for this. Okay. So, display track dot length is this one. Yeah, it's just length. But that also means that here we're going to do the same thing as we did before. Is we're going to add a setter in there. We're going to do that. But we're now also going to change these. Now again, here we don't need to check inside tree. Because quite simply put, there won't be any tracks in the display tracks array if we didn't get there. The Muppet Master, I would love some nice little models for this game. I haven't decided yet on what I want it to look like. I'm still going back and forth whether we want to have a realistic looking drum set or whether we just want to have something more fun and cartoony. But yeah, if you want to have a go at making some nicer looking drums for me, then I will put them in my game gladly. Where was I? Oh, here. Okay. Now we want to do the same thing for our show notes. So here also a colon value. And that becomes show notes is value. And we go and copy our show notes. And that means that also here we need to do a display track dot show notes is show notes. So that's all in there as well. Is there anything else that we need to set here? So we've got our length, our show notes. We've already handled our difficulty. We need a note scene, which note we are going to show. Now, no, excuse me. That is probably something that we want to set in our song data again. Okay. So let's go to our track here. We have an instrument here, and then for our play line, we want to go and set in a note. Do I want to call that note scene? Because I haven't done that for instrument either. I actually want to have that prefix with scene. We're going to go. So we have to now set that again, which is annoying, but so be it. So here that now becomes instrument scene instantiate, which means that we now go back to our song. Oof. So that one is now empty again. So we're going to go and put our tom drum back in. And we're going to go and put our crash cymbal back in. And now we can go and do our note scene. So where did I put those? I forgot that. Nope. That is still here. Okay, so we're just going to put that display note scene in here. And we're going to have to do something better with that, but that's for later, I think. Because the idea that I have here is that if you have first of all, we need to set the color so that the colors again match. So we need to propagate that one. And that's going to be in here in a minute, where we're going to assign those. But also, I want to change the way that the node looks. So right now it's just a little bar again, but I actually want the note to look like the instrument that you're going to hit, but probably like a simplified, smaller version of it. So what to do, and because this was my first time how to make the UI for VR, and so the game was the best. Okay. So if you have an Oculus, so if you have a Quest, like the Quest 3, Oculus has a built-in cast, and it can actually, why don't I just get a help? Why do I need to log in if I just want to know about that? How stupid is that? Cast the screen. Articles. Perfect. That's better. So obviously you can cast to different devices. Like for instance, you can cast directly to a Chromecast, which is kind of cool. You can also cast a computer. And the nice thing about this is you just go to Oculus Casting, which is probably where I just was in. So you then log in, and you can actually have your Oculus stream to your desktop. The other option that you have is to use the toolset that SideQuest has. So if I remember correctly, I haven't used SideQuest for a little bit, but SideQuest actually also has a streaming to desktop option in there, so that when you're playing a game through SideQuest, you can actually stream to your desktop, and that's a nice way of recording. Obviously, the other thing that you can always do is always do recording on the headset itself. So that works as well. So if you want to capture what you're doing, then cool. As far as UI for VR, that's always a bit of a bigger subject. What we do with XR Tools, and obviously I'm not using XR Tools in the drum kit game, but what we do in XR Tools is we have this thing called Viewport 2D and 3D as a component, and that allows you to show a stock standard. Yeah, so that is where you make a stock standard 2D UI in Godot, just as a 2D scene. You present that on the viewport, and then you can use your controllers as laser pointers. The other option, which I'm actually planning to do in here, is to have physical interaction. So just like we now can hit the drums, I want to be able to hit the UI elements with our drumstick. So once we're at a point where we can start selecting songs and all that sort of jazz, we're going to have the UI work by hitting your drumsticks on the different elements to switch. So that's one way of doing it. The other thing is in XR Tools, there's an interaction. There's our set of interaction tools. So buttons, levers, all that sort of thing. So that's another thing to have a look at. So for those who don't know, no, that's not where I want to go. Godot XR Tools. So that's our tools library. You can install that directly from the Godot asset library. From the asset library tab. So if you go into asset lib, you can go and find. There we go. That's the XR Tools. However, you can also download the whole source from this website, because the asset is only in here. There's actually a whole demo set in here. And if you look at all the different demos that we have, there is an Interactables demo. And that shows you all sorts of things. We should put some screenshots in here, really. that's just the logo. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I would highly recommend checking that out because there's a lot of nifty little things in there that you can start creating UI stuff with. So yeah, go check that out. But we're nowhere near ready to do any UI things in this game yet. So that's for a future stream. Okay, we've got our instrument, we've got our display track. We just created our note scene, so we now need to go and just copy that over and say display track dot note scene is going to be called track dot note scene. There we go. Make sure that this is all saved. We've already assigned our track. Yep, we've already assigned our track. And now obviously we want to link our instrument. So that's the next thing that we can do is display. Actually, I want to add that in at the end when everything's added in our scene tree. We're going to go and add our instrument, but also the other way around, our instrument has a signal that we need to attach, and that needs to call on note played. Okay, so in this case, it's going to be instrument. That's actually also a good one. I really would like to go and cast that properly as well. That might help us a lot too. I always forget what the new syntax is for this. I think it just works like that, and then just becomes display track on notes played. I think it's like that. And in theory, that should create our instrument. It should create that. The only thing that we haven't taken into account is our offset yet. So if we look here, our offset was our X position. That now becomes, there we go, playing. Which is that? That's our main scene. And I kind of want to not do this. I want to actually go and move that into our main scene as well. And it goes over here. Load our default song. Boom. There we go. And obviously, eventually, we're not going to autoplay it if we weren't already playing. And we're not going to load that that song all in the beginning. We're actually going to eventually replace this with like a start environment. But for now, that will do. Okay, but that does mean that we now need to do display track dot transform dot origin is vector 3 track dot offset 0 0, and that should create it in the right place. We have that. We have our difficulty set track. I think we're ready to remove our old play line. Okay. Now, let's see how much we did right. I have no idea. If this works in one go, I would be very, very surprised. Okay. Come on. Why does it always get stuck? One. I probably have the whole... Yeah, I've already missed everything. But we have crash back. And we have our drum. Now, I don't think they... oh, no, I do get it good. They do show up a little bit too far, which is interesting. Okay, So these are all the drums that I already had. There's a new drum, there's a new cymbal, and we have our tracks. Okie dokie. So, cool. I am surprised that worked in one go. I was expecting half the stuff to fall over. What's actually the thing here? Narrowing conversion. Float is converted to int and loses position. That's really cool. Let's go and do that like this to get rid of our warning. That specifically tells Godot that yes, we are losing position, but we've already done a floor here. We kept that float. That's why I'm using floor here so that I can still do the offset logic here. And then we do that. So, perfect. Okie doke. Is there any prints left in here? Because I see a bunch of prints, and I actually want to go and start cleaning that up. Because that was from testing from last week. Okay, don't worry about that. Okay. Pretty sure there was some other prints in there, but that's okay. It's not in there. Okay, so here's our instruments. Okay, no plays. We have a note played that we do. Okay, cool. Let's go and start working on our color information. So primary color I'm going to set here is going to be color. Default that to white. There we go. Set value. So we set that. There we go. And here we do an if is inside tree update primary color. Cool. Okay. Implement this on standard. Okay. So that allows us to do something specific with that color in whatever scene we're in. Cool. That now means that in here, we can say instruments primary color is track primary color. All right, so we're going to copy that. Obviously, we're going to do the same thing here because we're going to actually assign that to our notes. But yeah. Okay. Cool. That's there. So let's start with our tone. Okay. We have a primary color there. Cool. Okay, that means that we actually have to have an extended script on our tone. It's fine. Extend script. Tone there. Right. Boom. Sweet. And all we want to do here is implement this guy. And what we're going to do here is change the color. However, before we do that, we are going to go and look at our mesh here. I don't think we have a default material. No, we don't. I've started using material override to create my materials. what I want to do is I want to create a shader material here. Do I? Oh, yeah, I do already have a shader folder. I'm gonna go and create a new folder here for materials. And oh yeah, I missed a video player. Okay. So we're gonna go and create a new shader. And we got our first crash of the night. Yay! Well, that's what we get for being on a custom build. Okay, let's see how much we lost. Hopefully not too much. Okay, primary. We got our tom drum, so we were in the middle of setting up our implement primary color. I don't think I ever saved that, so that makes sense. And then here we were creating a shader material, so that never got saved. And then we were creating a new shader, and it crashes again. So that sounds like a structural problem. Okay, there are always ways around that. Okay. Now to start with, is this a problem with our shader editor? It does not look like it's a problem, so we can go and create a new shader. And we're going to go put that over here. And I'm going to call that a symbol color shader. Great. There we go. And that's going to have a uniform back for color, source color as a hint. And there we go. We have a color. We're not going to overwrite you. We're just going to overwrite you. That's going to be RGB. We're not going to deal with alpha. That one. What's the other one? Roughness. I'm not going to blur that. And the reason I'm doing this is I like to create simple shaders instead of using the material or the what is it called, standard material, because there's quite a lot of overhead even for simple things like this. So it just makes sense not to do that. Now, obviously, once we have some proper meshes and stuff like that, we'll do a little bit more. But for now, there we go. No crash on that. Yay! And we have that nicely in this way. Cool. And the other thing that's really important is that we make this resource local to scene. If we don't do that, then every drum is going to reuse the same instance of this shader, or if this material, I should say. And that means that if you change the color of one tom, that changes for all our toms. Obviously, we don't want that. We just want to change it for our one. Okie dokie. So, tom drum, set our primary color. So in this case, all we do is we go to drum mesh, and then we go to material. Why do you not do that? Really, there are times, because we've got that loaded, so it should be seeing that that is the right drum mesh, but it doesn't. Mesh. instance 3B. I don't know. I do have the feeling that there are some things. Just geometry instance? Yeah, it's on a geometry instance. Okay. So we have a material override. Boom. Got material overrides. Dot set shader parameter. Actually, you know what? Here I can make my life a little bit easier. Just doing this. I can say set shader parameter, and that will be color, and that will be primary color, because that's still part of our regional. So let's see if that works. No, it didn't work. Okay. Now, before we continue, oh, maybe we have set our primary color. The other thing that I wanted to do. It's a good question. Where am I doing that? Is that in player? Yes, I'm doing that here. Okay. I'm gonna make that a signal. Okay. Player count of bounds. Player inbound. And what we're going to do now is we're going to say player out of bounds. Okay. So here we go. Player node connect. And connects. There we go. What we're going to do here is player in bounds is true. And we're going to say song is playing. We're going to make that true for now as well. And we're going to do a func update. We're also going to say var here has focus. True. No, actually that's false because we don't get that true until the first time that we get in here. Cool. Update. No, actually we can do that like this. So here we're gonna go and say here playing is true. Here we're saying if focus and player inbounds. Actually, I'm going to do that. So func update playing. Here we're actually going to go and do this. Func. So that just becomes that. And here it becomes BR has focus is false. Update playing. Then here we're gonna say, oh, boom, boom. Player inbounds is true. Update playing. This means that whenever we black out, we also pause a game, because that's something that we aren't doing right now. And obviously right now it also, stops right away. So, if we had a real song playing in the background, it would immediately completely pause. But eventually we'll do some sort of delay there. But we can now nicely handle it here. The other thing, of course, is we have a song is playing. So eventually, obviously, we're not going to have song is playing set to true until we actually have loaded a song and the user has hit the start button. Okay, cool. So that's on there. Now the question is, why didn't that color setting work? And where are these still coming from? Okay. Okay, I want to have a look if I can find out where that print statement. Search inbounds. Right. So we still have this. Right. There we go. And that's just a. So was that it? No, because we didn't have new set in front of that. All right. Oops. Where's my search thing going? I've lost my search. Yeah, we just changed that one. So did we not save it yet? We did not save it yet. Okay, but still, that was weird because there was more in that print than what we're seeing here. So I don't know. Wait. Yeah, just DM it to me on Discord. That would be great, and I will handle it next stream because I don't really want to open up my Discord on the stream. But yeah, thanks. Cool. Looking forward to checking it out. Okay, so we're setting our primary color here on our instrument. Instruments is inside tree. Oh, because we never called that from our ready function. Do we have a ready function? Yes, we do. That means that we now also have to do, no, not strike sound. Let's say primary color. All right, let's see if we now no, still white as can be. All right. All right, let's first check if it even works. Maybe my no, it changed its color, so that works. Okay. Where's my tom drum? Now, that's there. Let's just put a breakpoint there and see if we even get into this function. That does not look good. We never got into this function. Okay. Why not? Oh, because we crashed out when we created our thing, and that also meant that our okay, now this is always annoying because changing that often resets that. Well, We might just have to copy that from our other things then. Cool. So let's just do that. Load. See? Bye-bye Tundra. So this one's pretty easy to do. That's an assets, free sound, and that was our. Which one was our tom drum? So the 4 tom, that's the wrong one. Guess that was the high tom that I did. Okay. And then we're just going to go and open up one of the other ones because I put the same curve on everything right now. So I can just copy curve and base curve. I'm wondering if some of these we should actually just do. Seeing that curve is used everywhere, might as well just reuse it. And only if we want to change the curve, we can set a curve on the individual instruments. That way, I don't have to worry about any of those. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yay, we got to our breakpoint. Continue. Let's see if our drum now has a color. Yeah, our drum has a color. Cool. Okay, so now we have to make sure that that color. Actually, we also need to do this color for the cymbal. All right. So, cool. Let's go. That's actually our snare drums. Is it a snare drum? No, it's a crash cymbal. That's it. Boogie. Crash cymbal. Crash cymbal mesh. So we did a material override here. So here in this case, we're going to go and change it into a shader material. Then we're going to go and drag our shader material in there. Boom. And now we're going to go and do extend script, crash cymbal script. So this is going to be pretty much the same script all over, but I don't really care too much about that. Crash cymbal, there we go. But that is now going to be called cymbal mesh. There we go. Cool. And eventually I'll need to change that all once we have nicer objects, but for now, there we go. Boom. So that should be coming in as well. I think I've already set the color on that one. Yep, that's already a color that's been set. So now we need to do something similar with our note scene. Now, when we look at our display note scene, that eventually needs to become a base, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. So we're just going to go and create a display notes. We actually don't need that to be a tool script, but I do want to go and rename this. There we go. Perfect. So hopefully that doesn't screw anything up. Let's say that needs to have a visualize. That's actually then similar to here, so we can just do that. Yep, I know because we haven't created that yet. Someone told me I should put 2 lines between functions here. And then obviously we want to go and copy that. Sound, there we go. Okay. And then for now, we're going to just do var material shader material var material Or now it suddenly does out the completion. And then material dot shader, set shader material color, color. And again, this was probably going to change because eventually, oh, did I? Yeah, no, I didn't do that. Shader material. That needs to be local to scene. I forgot local to scene somewhere. On the crash symbol. Yeah. So we're gonna go do this. Boom. So eventually I will be removing that and this becomes sort of some sort of base class, but for now that is good enough. Okay. So we go back to crash symbol, symbol mesh, local to scene. Wouldn't have found out that that was broken until we had more than one symbol. All right, let's see how much difference that makes. Nope, no longer want it to be in. All right. Where's my we haven't set the color yet. Why is my oh there we go. Our timing is definitely no longer working. So we did end up breaking something. Oh, look at that. Breakpoint. What's going on here? Sample baked on a null value. So we lost our because we changed that same problem. Effects. No. Assets. So that's the one thing that I don't like is if you change the script, Godot tends to lose your settings because it doesn't realize that even though that script is an extended script of the one that we had, it doesn't realize that it can reuse those settings. It breaks. And of course, once it breaks, then we get this sort of funny things. Might also mean that I want to do something like this. Scan strike, and we have a strike volume curve. Then very good. So that will fix that. Now we need to go back to our conductor, and we need to do a display track dot primary color is track dot primary color. All right. Next on. Oh no, that is not on. Okay, that has to be here. We haven't added that yet. So on display track, we actually need to add our color setting so that it can then copy that to our node. Okay, so we've got our visualize. We're probably going to go and add that in there. So we're just going to go and do this again. Boom. So that becomes here. Cool. And obviously we want to have an update primary color. That's somewhere at the bottom. The primary color, we will implement that in a minute. That means that we also, of course, want to do that here, even though I don't think there will be anything there to do. What we can do here is a for node in nodes get children. Node.primary color is primary color. We just copied it in. And that means that here, where we are creating our node, instantiate, we can do node.primary color is primary color. That also means that we can do where are you defined? For node, node type, node. That can now be that. Cool. Let's go see if our nodes have the right color now. Okay, we have different color nodes. How cool is that? Okay, this one's not linked up right. Oh, now it says wrong. Okay. Well, we definitely need to debug our code a bit more to make sure that that all works. Okay. But I'm thinking that I'm first gonna slowly, so we don't need you anymore, we don't need you anymore. Goodbye, goodbye. I think that we're gonna go and add these to our song. So that we actually can see that everything is being built properly. So yeah, I think that there is a problem that we introduced in the logic here. We'll get back to that in a minute. Now I want to go and deal with these guys. So this is the second tom. It's on the left. So let's go back to our test song. Now we're going to extend this to 6. We're going to create a new track, new track, new track, new track. Let's save that. Okay. So one of the things that's also going to be interesting is if we haven't set this properly up, it should skip the thing. So let's go and do second tom here. That's another tom drum. There we go. We don't have any notes here for now, so let's see if that doesn't crash it. This one's going to go in -2.5. Let's give this a different type of color. Because the other one was bluish, so maybe make this one a bit of a purplish color for now. It doesn't really matter. It just has to have something for now. Our note scene is right now the same note for everything, so that's okay. Ooh, everybody's exchanging YouTube channels. Haha, cool. Okay, so with that, we now need to go and copy our transform information again. This is the thing that I dislike the most, but it will have to do. Okay. Now for the difficult bits, oh, that looks like it's orientated pretty much the same way as the other one. So that makes it slightly easier. It's more fun when they're rotated over multiple axes. So we're gonna get that and that. And now this one is negative on the second one. So let's minus that, and there we go. Perfect. So in theory, that should mean that we can get rid of you. I do actually want to. We have the song for 160 beats, so let's just create 160 empty beats. And we'll do something later on to that. Not sure if it's normal to have two toms that actually sound exactly the same, but whatever. Okay, so the next one is a 4-tom, but before we can do anything with the 4-tom, we need to go and extend our floor tom script. So that's going to be extend script floor tom create, and again that screws that up. So let's go and do a reload of that. Floor tom, where are you? Floor tom, boom. And then obviously, where is our normal tom drum? That code should be exactly the same. So there we go. Don't worry about that. Let's actually start closing things a bit. So that means that we should be able to add our floor tom to our song. I don't think it really matters in what order we create things here. Maybe that should have been the third one, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But you know, whatever. Saber Habanera, you cannot post links in YouTube. YouTube doesn't allow you to post links. I think only moderators are able to do that. Okay, so load instruments floor tom. So we're on 7.5, so this becomes 12.5. Node scene is still going to be the same. Node scene. What do we do as a color for our floor tom? Whatever, we just need a color. Just randomly assigning colors. Let's again create an empty set of tracks there. Boom. Okay, so now we need to go and copy our transform again. Yippee. That's this one. Boom. I think this one's going to be a little bit more difficult when it comes to that. I wish I had the option to change the display of that in the same way that Godot allows me to do that here, because it would be much easier to just type in the those things. Or, you know, maybe next stream I should make an editor to edit the actual drum set. No. Okay, all those, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, these are a bit more to copy. I don't know. It is what it is. Easy does it, one at a time. Okay, that's the first row. That stays a 0, so that's easy. There we go. And now the last row. Clicking on the wrong one. Okay, that should be wrong. That is definitely wrong. Didn't copy the whole thing. There we go. Okay, that should be the form. I'm not going to delete it. I'm just going to hide it, because that could have easily have gone wrong. Saturated or no? The floor tom. Okay. Drum mesh. Oh, because I haven't actually given this a material. Shader material. Resource needs to be local. Let's get the color shader in there. Boom. Okay. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Come on. Oh. There we go. We have our floor tom. And it's in the wrong place. Oh. Ah. Okay. Okay. Wrong scale. All right. So we need to fix this one up first. Ooh, let's go and do that. So this is actually not 2.5. It's 0.25, which should be the opposite of that. Cool. And then for this guy, we want that to be 1.25. There we go. All right. And that means that now our floor tom is part of our song definition. Woo! All right. Okay. Snare drum is next. Okay, we need to again adjust our snare drum instrument so that we can extend snare drum. We can again copy the same code. Snare drum, boom. However, we need to go in here and say geometry override new shader material, resource local, and then drag our shader in. Boom. That should take care of that. Obviously, this is gone. Boom, boom again. Assets there. Boom. This is our snare. Snare drum. Ta-da. Okay. That's in there. That's in there. Cool. Main. Save. Go into the song. We have our third thing. We can go and make that on 60. We have 160 empty ones. Here we're going to go into instruments and then our snare drum. This one's going to become our display notes. That is going to be minus 0.75. And now we need to position it again. Yay. Okay. Transform. Oh, that's also rotated on 2 axes. So yippee, yippee, yippee. Boom. Boom. Okay. Boom. And you now need to go onto bases. So lovely. It's that guy. Well, once you get in the rhythm of it, we will get there. Oops. Why does it keep doing that? There we go. I lost my rhythm. Ha ha ha. Okay. That one. And that one. And now the last one. That one, we also need to give that a new color. Maybe a bit orangey. Fun. Out. Okay, with that, we should now have a snare drum in the right place. And our track should all be in the right place. Okay. Where is my controller? It turned off my controller once again. All right, so we have a that one. Okay. Okay, can I get yeah, let's do it sometimes. So does it make sense that both these drums sound the same? I'm not sure if that actually is a good sound to that one. Okay, one more. We need to do the hi-hat. And then we have everything together. Also, it did look like that my timing code is working. But yeah. We'll have some more fun with that in a bit. So, boom. Hi-hats. Here we go again. Extend script. Create. Hi-hat is always got two meshes that we need to change. That's funky. But that's all right. Oh, well, let's just go and do this exactly the same, but in this case, it's going to be symbol mesh override, and now we're just going to go and do this. So we need to go and set both of them. That means that we need to go and say shader material instead. Actually, no, we only need to set it on the first, because even though that is local to scene, we can make sure that both meshes use exactly the same one. So we have this one, and now I can say copy, and I can go here and I can say paste, and they both use the same material. So I could even be able to say here, and we should see that both of them are the hi-hat material. That makes it a bit easier to recognize stuff. We should probably do that on some of the other ones as well. Now, obviously, we have this destroyed again, so we could reset that. Assets, free sound. Boom. Where's my hi-hat? There's my hi-hat. Okie dokie. So, our final one. So our hi-hat, we do want to have a type of yellowish color again, and it is on a different side of the other hi-hat, so that's pretty good. Got another 160 beats there. Here we're gonna go and get our hi-hat scene. This is going to be minus 1.25 all the way to the left. And here we're gonna go say display notes. Cool. Alrighty. Hey Patrick, how you going? Yeah. Hey, how are you feeling, mate? How's the recovery going after your trip to the hospital? Hopefully you are all recovered. So yeah, I don't know. It's Mary around as well. You might want to see in a minute what I'm trying to accomplish here with my non-musical abilities. Of course, this won't be good until we actually have a proper editor for this. instead of doing it manually. And especially a proper composer so that we can actually make some songs. Oh, look at that. That one is straight. So I guess that should do it. That means we can go and take that out. Boom. Okay, so it now should completely build my drum set based on the song that I've loaded. There we go. There's my drum set. There's my... So yeah, we still need to make sure that we have a proper start, but of course I'm sitting too close to the thing, so I'm not doing it like that. That works. Work. I can't play for the life of me, but I have a drum set. In VR. There we go. So, yeah, that's gonna be that's to be expected. You know, usually the drugs help to keep the pain down, but it's your body that suddenly goes like, "Hey, is that supposed to be this way? Something was different." And you know, depending on how big the surgery was, you know, it might be gone in a couple of days. It might be taking longer. I remember when they had surgery on my mouth, that took a long time to recover. But yeah, well, and then you know, my son was in hospital a little while ago, and he got back on his feet in a couple of days. So you never know. I'm glad Mary liked what we're doing. So yeah, at this point in time, we are at a point where we can play the drums. We could already do that last week. But the difference that I've now made, and that I'm actually happy that I've taken the time to do, is we can build a different drum set for the song that we're playing. So the idea is that we play a song in the background, and then for every part of the drum that the player can actually play, we add a track to our song file, and we then have an array of all the notes that should be played on every beat. Now the nice thing about it is that we have the ability for every note to say whether it's an easy note, normal note, or hard note. Easy notes, the player always has to play. Normal notes you only play if you're on normal difficulty. If you are on easy difficulty, the normal note gets played by the computer. And the hard note, same thing. You have to be on hard note for the player to play it, and of course, if they don't, then they lose score. But if they are on normal or easy mode, then the computer will play that note. So, and also these two we will always hide, so you don't see those in our playlist. We only see the notes in our play line, or whatever we call that thing, that the player actually has to play. But yeah, the nice thing about this approach is that if we have a track that needs different instruments, or different instruments. So for instance, Mary will be happy to know that at some point in time, I want a cowbell to be in here. And then you just add a cowbell track and a cowbell instrument. So we have a bunch of instruments right now that are defined here. So, you know, they're now very simple shapes at the moment. So there's a drum, and there's a hi-hat, and there's a snare drum, and we could eventually create a scene for a cowbell. And then you just drop the cowbell into your song, set the notes up that you need to play on the cowbell, and all of a sudden the player has to play the cowbell, which is cool. And there's no limits to how many instruments you can put around that. There is no interface for it yet. So right now, I just transferred the drum set that I had manually created, one track at a time, into yeah, imagine she would approve of the cowbell. You know, right now I'm just doing it manually in the Godot interface, but I hope to at some point, and this is a little bit in the future because that's no easy feat. But I do hope that at some point we can actually construct the song inside of the VR space, where you can add a new instrument to the song that you're editing, um, and you can move that instrument around, place it where you want it to be, and then find some sort of way to record the tracks that we play. That's the other one that I haven't really decided on how I want to do that. If I want to make a separate little application for that, or if I want to do that in VR, I'm not sure yet. Um, so yeah, for now, for the first song that I'm creating, it will all be manual, and whether that will be with the 6 instruments that I'm currently set up, I don't know. I don't have a song yet. I'm not a musician, so yeah. Once we get some songs, that's I think the biggest difficulty that I have right now is that there's plenty of free songs that I can download to test this with, and to just have the song playing. Because there's a few things that I need to change in the code to actually make it sync to a proper song file. But I need a way to disable the sounds in the song that we're actually going to have the player play. Because we do obviously only want the song to correctly play when the player plays the song correctly. Okay, so for tonight, we had a big job now removing our drum set. It's a bit of a shame that we don't have the drum set sort of loaded in the IDE right now, because it would be nice to actually see it. But I can live without that. Maybe I should put a default little drum set in there, but it's fine for now. So, there's a bunch of things that are currently not working the way that I want it yet. I think when I look at the starting of the song, that's something that I'm going to probably deal with next stream. That's probably going to be a topic of next stream. So right now, the moment that we enter the game, we immediately load our test song, and we immediately start playing our test song. So obviously what I want to do is to not start there, but instead when you start, you have a UI environment where you can select the song that you want to play, and then it loads the song and you start playing. And also when you then finish, or when you screw up or whatever, then obviously we need to be thrown out of the game again. So that is something I think I want to tackle next week. This week, I think the thing that we should still do, there's 2 things that I still want to change. One is that when a player hits a note correctly, right now we hide the note that was played correctly. But as part of hiding that, I actually want to, and I think that might be where I was going wrong. Hold on, where's my display track? There we go. So we got hit note true, cool. And we're not changing that back to false until we have our next note to play. And we do that at the halfway point. Okay, cool. So we get the next beat that we're supposed to play, and we prepare that we do that. So basically the idea here is that you have half a beat either way of the moment that you should play the note, hit the drum. You have that as leeway, as long as you're in that. And one of the things that I might need to do at some point is, I don't know, maybe for easy mode, extend that a little bit, but I'm not quite sure yet how I would do that, because then there's a theory that you could have multiple notes that you could play. Although to some extent I could probably get away with that if we only do this if we have a next note. I need to think about it. But yeah, I could probably extend that if there is a note to play. Okay, so player should play notes. Cool. Player wasn't in time, lose a score, so that's obviously something that we need to do. So yeah, that's the two things. So first of all, here we didn't play this note in time. So now the note needs to sort of fall off. But we still have half a note before it disappears. So what am I doing here? Because that's, I think, why I'm seeing it suddenly appear again when I hit it properly. Because I got that half. I'm wondering if I need to So basically, in the last half, we are not showing it at all. There's no point because either we've missed it or we've hit it. Okay, that makes sense, I think. So I think this can be if node is 0 and offset bigger than 0.5. And we can do skip this. Later either played it or missed it. Okay. And that needs to have a pass. Okay, so that makes sure that that doesn't suddenly reappear. So here we need to have a here we need to spawn something that falls down to say, bring, we missed that one. Okay, where's our... This is a display line. That's where we're going to play that. So we're doing our notes. Okay, what I'm going to do here... okay, could we have... Yeah, I do think we need to spawn that. That's the problem. What's the nicest way of doing this? So, do I want to... Yeah, we're gonna do that in a subscene. So scene. New scene. 3D scene. Play effects. Let's actually put that in our effects folder. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I just need the name. Doesn't really matter what it is. So we're gonna go and do a is pivot the right name? I'm just gonna call it Oregon, whatever. And for now, for the placeholder, we're gonna go and put our display node in there so we can see what that does. There we go. Cool. Sweet. And what we're gonna do in here, we're going to put a animation player in here. And we're going to create a new animation, which is going to be called fail. Start with that. And then obviously, because this we're going to replace by the actual scene that we need to do. So we're going to go and animate this guy. For that, we're going to go and say animate position. Great, that's one. But also visibility, we're now going to set it to visible. However, our reset, we are going to make sure that that is invisible. So our reset should be invisible. Cool. All right. Now that, did I do that so quickly that I didn't even check that? All right. So let's remove our animation fail. Let's create a new animation called fail. And with that animation, we're going to go back here. We're going to go say back to visibility. We already have a reset track. We don't care about that. This one now can be on. Go. Let's see if that's good. Reset track, fill track, cool. Now we are going to go and again do position. Use Bezier curves. Thank you very much. That's what we wanted to do. All right, so we're going to go all the way to 1. We're going to go forward a bit. We're going to go down a bit. There we go. Cool. And now we're going to go and create another position here. Why? Because its base property could not determine track hint. Sounds like a bug to me. All right, so now let's have a look. How do we expand it? There we go. That's that one. How do I? Because the Y should be. Okay. I don't know, but you're supposed to be going down. But I think that's the scale getting in the way. How do I change the scale? You can see that I've never used this interface. How do I change what scale this is on? Because that's a track scale. I don't care about that one. Because why else was the Y position not going right? That's going to be absolutely solid. I don't care about X. I only care. Well, the X goes forward. That's fine. How can I not change the skip here? That makes no sense. What am I missing? What am I missing? Yeah, actually, I always want that, so that's interesting that that doesn't even work, but okay. Nope, that's definitely what I want. Oh. I want to zoom in. I want to see this in the proper scale. You know, this is stupid. This is so dumb. Why is there not an ability to change this scale? I want to do this between 0 and maybe 1. How frustrating. Is there some sort of magic? No, it's not something like I can hold another button to change that. Well, an incredibly dumb interface. Well, it might be smart. It might be able to do exactly what I wanted to do, but it's not obvious that it has that ability. Can I do something in editor settings around this? Is there an editor setting that says what the scale is? Fine. That might be a nice thing to say the max scale in here. Oh my god, this is annoying. This is absolutely unusable like this. Okay, do I have something in here maybe? When I... Oh. Again. Now I'm not even able to select my tracks here. Oh, because I'm disabled that. Okay, can I do that maybe here? No, because that is not showing me the track information. Okay. Okay. Time. Yeah. Then on that. Okay, so I'm stuck with this because I can't see this at the scale that actually makes it possible to edit this. Because all I want to do is make sure that I have a nice curve of this falling. Okay. Remove. Okay. Animation. New. Okay. Create a visible track. Oops, that should have been here. On. Okay. Origin. Position. Do not do a Bezier curve then. So, cubic. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. Hey Zerfo, how you going? So now that doesn't work on the Bezier, but maybe if I go a little bit like this, and here make it go a bit up and a bit further out. Do I now get? That's good enough for what I need. Okay. And then here we're gonna go say another visibility one, and we're gonna turn it back off again. So it becomes invisible at the end. Okay. It becomes visible at start, invisible at the end. Cool. And it's really a shame that I can't do that with the Bezier curve and really dial that in. And obviously I probably will need to update these positions because it's just something quick and dirty. But that now nicely falls off. Okay. What I also want to do is I want to get a scale track in there. Create. And then I want to go to here. Boom. And then scale it down back to 0. Just so that we have something that at the end of the animation, it just nicely disappears. Boink. All right, cool. Sweet. I think that's good enough for what I want to accomplish right now. Cool. All right, this thing needs to get a script. Great. Boom. We're going to take the node out. We don't want that because we're going to go and set create note. And that means I also need to have a call track here. Call method track. Play effects. There we go. And what I want to do here is at the end, insert key Q free. We want to make sure that we free our scene once it goes there. Control Alt mouse wheel. Okay, let's try that in a minute because we need to do another track. And while I want to create something else, we might see if we can be from. Actually, for that, I do want to keep my note in here for now, this one note, because we have another one. So we'll remove that eventually, but for now, it's going to be for. So that's going to be that, and then the primary color. Scene is B from scene. That's actually also path that then. That's going to be path scene. I'm going to actually call that note scene. Note scene dot instantiate. Boom, and then I'm going to say origin dot add child scene. And here we're going to go and say scene dot primary color. There we go. We just have that in there. Okay. So play effects. Notes. So let's create a new animation. Success. And the first thing that we do on the start is create. And actually seeing that we're doing a queue free, we don't really care about the hiding part of it, but that's fine. Okay. Oh. Reset. There we go. Success. Okay. Let's see if that Bezier curve thing works if I do that. This is not really what I want to do with it, but just to experiment. Oh, actually, boom, boom. We obviously do want to have it here at the start. Okay, let's see if we go away with the messages. Bye-bye. Don't care about you guys. Don't know why you're even showing. There we go. Boom. Control Alt. Yay! Okay. Around. You know, that would have been so nice. We have more than enough room for a slider. That would have been so nice if we saw that as a slider. Look at that. Now we can see what it's doing. Perfect. Thank you, Michaela. That was great. That was indeed exactly what I was after. Mind you, for the fail animation, not for the success animation. So, if you at first do not succeed, try and try again. So let's redo our failed animation. Why not? Fail, boink, remove. Okay, animation, new, fail, boink. Visible, create, visible, create. That one needs to be on. Ta-da! There we go. Boom. Origin, position, create as a Bezier. Cool. We go forward a bit. We go down a bit. Position. There we go. Oops. And we want to go back to the front. Bonk, bonk. Cool. There we go. There we go. Oh, it's remembered the scale. How good is that? There we go. So let's start with our X position. No, our X position is good. Our Z position. So here we actually want that to be more like that. Why is it? Nope, now I need to actually go to this scale. There we go. Why does it do that? There we go. We don't care about you. That can go like that. Let's just leave that like this. My position. I just need to scroll down, guys. How can I scroll down? Why can I not scroll down? It would be really nice if I could scroll down. I guess I just need to go. I can still not scroll. I would like to see the other side of this now. All right, Michaela, you got any ideas of how I can scroll down? Oh, frustrating. So frustrating. Let's actually go and at least see if that. Oh, that definitely is the wrong way around for how I wanted this. Okay, so I actually want this to be the other way around. Okay, so X, no, Z. So this was actually supposed to be like this. And that is fine then. I actually need to go and make that one go up. There we go. So maybe a bit longer too. Middle mouse. There we go. Yay! Oh man, my chat is saving me today. Alrighty, let's see if that does what I think it would do. Okay, that goes way too fast in the beginning. Okay, so the Y does need that accelerating curve, I think. So when we look at Y, okay, this actually does need an accelerating curve. We are gonna, because we want to slow down on the X, but we want to speed up on the Y. Further we get, faster we fall. Okay. Oops. Okay. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. Okay. Might want to go and start falling a bit faster than that. Well, and maybe on this one as well. Oh. This one go a bit less crazy. Oh, stop doing that. Okay. Okay. I think this one can go a bit more. Why is that? Let's see. Doesn't seem like much of an acceleration curve, does it? A little bit more like that. Yeah, I think I like that. And maybe just make the Z a little bit less pronounced as well. Yeah, because it can kind of keep its forward momentum for the most part. I don't actually think that needs to be that big a curve. That was not what I had in mind. Did I just lose my oh. All right, managed to get the back. Okay. Yeah, that looks nice. Okay, cool. So with those in place, we now also want to go and get our scale in here. Scale. Don't want that with Bezier curves. That's fine. Scale, and then we scale it down to 0. Okay, cool. Okay, and then at the end here, a call track. Where's my method track? There we go. On play origin. Insert key. For Q free. We're at the end. We want it gone. All right, sweet. Okay. And actually, I'm happy to delete that in. Cool. All right. So now let's go and work on our success. So in this case, actually need to I want to restart that one. Remove. Okay. Animation new success. Same thing. We want to make it visible. We want to make it visible. Thank you. We want to do a position. Don't need Bezier curves. Okay. Just going to move this up like that. At the end. So of course. Okay. Now. This is where I do actually want to have an alpha in there as well. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're going to go with the scale. And towards here, I want it to be freaking big. It's really big. That's why I kind of wanted to. Actually, I don't want it to scale in that direction, just in that direction. The thing is, I wanted it to fade out. Okay, I want to do that at the end. Oops. Let's try this again. 10, 1, 10. Scale. Okay. Okay. It's actually kind of interesting that it's. Oh, that should be 10 here. Okay. Oh yeah, because it goes 9 up. Okay. Dunk. I might actually want to do that over here. Boom. And here I actually want to go to there. Oh, come on. Stupid tabbing thing. I do need an alpha for this. How am I going to make the alpha optional? In rendering these notes. All right. Because the thing is, I only want to make my material an alpha material. When we actually need that. Because the moment that you add an alpha in, so that's to make it transparent, you have a slight overhead in rendering. And one of the problems that we have is if we switch shaders, we get a hiccup the first time that they use. So we have to make sure that we have the alpha shader somewhere in our scene already, but that's okay. So uniform floats alpha is 1. Alpha is color.a times alpha. So now we have almost. Okay. So what we want here, export bar alpha float set value alpha is value. Make sure that's clamped, which means that can also become an alpha range. 0.0 1 1. There we go. It is inside 3 updates alpha. We can now say func updates alpha. We can do an update alpha here. And here we simply say if alpha bigger or equal to 1 minus epsilon. Do we have an epsilon? No, we don't. Let's just do it like that. Okay. Let's go and have a helper variable here. Say bool. Not bool, var is alpha enabled. Bool is false. So in this case, we say now what we're going to do here is if alpha enabled, else if smaller than that. Okay. So by default, it's off because we're using our default thing. So what we also want to do is an onReady var alpha shader is preload. Color with alpha. Boom. That also means that. Okay, so if it's enabled, we can simply say material.set shader parameter alpha. Cool. If it's not enabled and we have a smaller number, Then the first thing that we're going to do is change that to our alpha shader. And then obviously set our material, but we're also going to reset our color because that will have been lost when we change the shader. So in theory, that should mean that we could vary the alpha on here. Cool. Now, seeing this is on here, oh, but that is not a tool script, and we also don't want to change it around in a tool script because else we lose that. Okay, so now what we can do, I think we're going to do that both on the fail and on here. And actually, I'm going to delete my scale track here. I don't care about that. Means on my resets, I can delete my scale track. No, I do not want to delete my scale track there because we are going to keep using it on our success. But here instead, we are going to go and say, let's see. So let's just do this. Go and replace that with that. Do that, do that. Okay. That's alpha. That's something. No, I need to actually have enough property. Inside 3. This case, we don't really have to make it really cool. We keep it really simple. And node scene. And we can say node scene dots is okay. So that now gets added to that. Basically means that we no longer need this guy. Okay. So now we should be able to say, so this is fail. I'm going to add a health track. Health track. And that now goes to 0. Won't be able to properly see this until we play it. That's okay. There we do success. There we can't see it nicely blow up, but that's okay. So here we do the same, creates, and then it goes to 0. Okay. And then we need to call method track on play origin. Insert Q3. And then the last thing that we need to do is play is successful. So if it's success, animation player play success, else animation play fail. All right, cool. And that now means that in our display track theme, we can have onReady var play effect is preload. This could be effect theme. And then our play effect scene. There we go. Cool. So, so for the wrong, we also need to do something. Try and put the track. Oh, LF first. Okay, let's just add a new function here. Func add play effect is success. Play effect is what did I call it? Ah, I'm shadowing it now. So this is actually going to go be called play effect scene. There we go. Dots instantiate. There we go. We now have a play effect. Then we need to go and position that guy. Back here. Is there an offset of the node? No, that's the node itself. Nodes. Yeah, because we're going to do get children, so I can't add it to nodes. I will have to do that. Okay. This let's play effect dot transform is nodes dot transform. Let's start with that. Then okay, so this in this case is node 0 minus 5, so that becomes okay, 0.05 times length, but that will be fine. And here this now becomes play effect transform origin.c take away pulse. Okay, that sets it at the right. Play effect dots create nodes. We should have a node scene for that. So we do that. And our primary color needs to be added in there. Okay. Then we think, I think we can finally do add child's play effect. It should be that when that is hue free, it also removes itself as a child. And then finally, play effect dot play is success. And I think actually wanted to do offset over here. That's so. Yeah, I think that'll work. We'll do what I want it to do. Okay, well, let's get this through. Actually, I'm gonna just calculate that. Where's I gonna go? Because from 0 to 0.5, we are actually in the current beats. No, from 0.5 to 1, we are at current beats. And that is why what does this do my head in? Yeah, because from 0.5 to 1, we are going for the next one, and then from 0 to 0.5, we're on our current one. And that moves it slowly backwards because it is negative length. Okay. Yeah, because that's 0 minus, that goes from 0 to 0.5, then it ends. And then from that, we go to the next one over. Is that then right with this one as well? I think I've got this the wrong way around. Yeah, this is actually. No, it's the other way around because once we're above 0.5, we're on the next node. Yes. So that should be 0 or equal. Unless we have a problem with that. Okay. So here we then are at mist. What do we call it? At play effect, yeah. So in this case, we can say add play effects, false, and that's going to be minus 0.5. I don't need a pass there. So that's going to make the node fall down if we miss it. Mykola AR Core is indeed the only option on Android at the moment. With maybe the because Monado only does VR on Android. I don't think they do AR on Android. The only other option might be WebXR. You might be able to do WebXR. Hi, Needless is best. How you going? Because unfortunately, we don't have. Excuse me. We don't have. What's the word? We don't have a working AR code yet. Shame. Okay, so here, what we need to do this is going to be if last offset bigger than 0.5. That means we are on our next beat. So we're actually early in hitting it. So in this case, it's true. How does that work? I think this is going to be minus last offset. I think so. Else, simply going to be minus last offset. Okay. I think that should work. Let's find out. I'll be very surprised if this works in one go. Okay, let's see if I make them fail. Yep, that's falling down, falling down, falling down, falling down, falling down. Okay, let's see if I can hit one. Oh, missed. Okay, that's way too slow, but we can now see that we're doing something. Okay, so the fall works well. But I think that for the success play, we're going to make it run a lot faster. So animation success. We want to move this probably all the way here, and this one also all the way there. Let's just make it twice as fast for now. There we go. There we go. There we go. And that means that the total time is 0.5. Well, if we want to see if that works, we're just going to add our display note in there again. I think that's still way too small, too slow. So I'm going to go move that there, 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 and I'm gonna not worry about that just yet. Yep, perfect. So this is going to be 0.3. Oops. There we go. Perfect. Ah, you're new to Godot. Well, welcome to the wonderful world of Godot, which for the most part is an amazing little game engine. And we are doing some VR in Godot. Okay, so that goes like that. Now, when we're successfully hitting, we're playing a sound, but when we're failing, see, we don't get you out. We can actually do a fail sound here. Okay, let's go and have a look at free sound. And we're going to go and search for fail. No. Yeah, Unreal is very different from Godot. Hold on, I just need to get my headset for a minute so I can actually hear what we're doing. And what I also want to do, just to make sure that you guys don't break your eardrums, let's move that a bit down. Oh, that's horrible. No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. No way. That's kind of cool. Actually, just want Creative Commons. Just for now. These sounds are pretty much just temporary sounds anyway. just want to have a simple whoop sound or something. This is going to be... Oh, no, that's really bad. I hope the sound isn't too bad for you guys. No. I just need a very simple, like, just a pew sound or a woo sound or something. Okay, let's maybe go for... Ooh. No. Woo. What does it make out of it? No. That is not what I want. Failure. Maybe that what other sort of name for a sound could we do? Okay, oh no. Actually, let's do miss. That's way too much. That could be good. That could work. Oh, I just wanted to open that in a separate page. No. I think we're going to go with that whoosh sound. That's sort of... No, I didn't really want to listen to that one. Oh, boy. Okay, so... Oh, I'm not logged in, am I? And I'm not going to go look up my password and stuff. I'm here. Why isn't it just logged in? I use this site so often. Okay, I guess we're not going to do the fail sound in the stream right now. Yeah, it's bound to be a good sound to just play that we lost, so, or that we missed. It's just to somewhat indicate that we're missing something. Oh, and of course my controller's off again. Hello, controller. There we go. I almost got him. Obviously, when we do him wrong, we also need to do something. So I don't mind that as much. Okay, so okay. I think one last thing that I want to do is when we hit the drum, we might want to do something on the drum. Oh, what happened? Ah, we reached the end of the song. Okay, and I don't have something to deal with that. Okay. That's a bit bad, isn't it? So what I need to do here is... And smaller than track notes size. Yeah, I was thinking about particles just to have like a little... Excuse me. Like a bunch of particles just going up in the air as you struck it and they go back down. What time are we leaving? Oh, we're already past midnight. So let's do that last, and then I'm going to call it the stream. Let's do some particles. We're just going to do it on a tom drum for now. So where's my tom drum? Instrument. I'm done. Boom. Okay. Because we're also going to do this as a thing that we can repeat. Okay. 3. Particle. Zip particles. There we go. Okay, we want to go and make sure that that is over here. Okay. Let's throw in a process material. Let's throw in a little quote mesh. That's way too big a quote mesh, but you know, we need something to start with. Okay, so geometry. In this case, I am going to use the normal standard materials. What do I want to do? I definitely want to do auto blending. I'll worry about that in a minute. Leave that alone for now. We worry about that later on. Where's the face the camera thing? Billboard. And then there's going to be particle billboard. And that's going to be keep scaling. Perfect. Okay. So, spawn position. Sphere. Yeah, that's going to be wrong. Actually, let's keep point because first thing that I want to do is no, don't worry about that. Velocity. That's the direction. No. Oh, initial velocity. That's right. Okay, why is that not? Hold on. I want to keep the gravity in there, but I'm going to go put it to 0. Inherent velocity. Initial velocity. Boom. Okay. Cool. Oh, that was a right line. No, minus. Actually, let's start with making this thing smaller because this is just ridiculous. Perfect. That's what I wanted. And I think I need to give them a different color just for now so that we can actually see what we're doing. Even though eventually I want that color to be defined by the color of the thing that we're doing. Okay, I don't want the spread to be so much. Where's the spread? So we're just going to go for 5-degree spread. Cool. What we're going to do, by the way, is that when we strike, we're going to have everything go in 1. However, the big problem that we have. So let's say that we can do that too. So they're all different things. But what I really want is the further away from our point that we emit, we want to slow them down. How do we do that? The other thing that we really need to do, how did that work again? No. Collision. Okay, we're just gonna make that a collision box then. It's way too freaking big for a collision box, but all I want to do is make that nice and sweet and match that up with the surface of our. There we go. Okay, and that means I actually need to turn it on, I think. I think eventually what we're going to need to do is create the a shader one from this, but okay. Mission points, I don't care about angle. Actually want that to be sphere. Shape it now. And I want that to be one. Wait, can we up this a bit so that we can actually see what we're doing? Perfect. Drum, how big are you again? 0.25. Okay. Oops. So we want to go and do that here. 0. Weird to have that. Oh, we can do like this, like this. Okay, 0.25. There we go. So yeah, now they get created within that circle, but I actually want to make sure that depending on where we strike, there you go. The other thing that we want to do okay, that wasn't really what I had in mind. Explosiveness, that's the one. Okay, so once I turn that off, it goes wrong. Okay. Oh, because it's not. Okay, so boom, boom. So it's going to be one shot, but then when we do emitting, the ratio of particles that should actually be emitted. So if you set to, and this will be set the amount of emitted particles for the lifetime. Okay, so okay, let's make it one shot. I'm gonna make the lifetime 10, and I'm gonna emit just 10% of the particles. Okay, that is not working the way that I'm expecting it to work. So it's okay. Okay, I'm also pretty sure that they're all falling out the bottom. There is a setting here to make the physics work. Maybe that's on the. No. Where is that hiding? Oh, didn't like that. Oh, here we go. Collision. Okay, we're starting inside of our box at the moment. Okay, I actually want to make this way smaller. Now, 0.5. Okay. It's too much. Okay, but the land outside of the drum now. Okay. 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 Now the problem is that they're too far outside of this thing, so let's make that a bit smaller. Okay. Some of them still sort of fall outside. That's okay. Oh, sorry. Let me have a look what your role you've been writing. Like particles, bigger, like smaller. That might be something that we do as well. Always willing to play someone's game, but you can't put links on the YouTube, so that's something that you then need to either message me on Twitter or message me on my Discord channel. Okay. Okay, so now obviously I want to have an image for the particles, but I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. Okay, where's my scale hiding? Display, I think. Scale, there we go. And I'm going to do a curve texture. And the sick parts, nope. This is only just a bit of experimentation. Okay, and then I want to just go to this and then do. Well, really? Oh. I just. Oh, why is. Yeah, 0. Okay, so now I want to make it one shot again. And we play. Boom. Okay, so they land a little quicker than I thought. Oh, that's ugly. So then I need to disappear. Boom. Let's just see how that looks. Okay. Because eventually I do want to change this into a shader one. Oh yeah. That's a good idea. Okay. Good. Cool. Let's just see if we can at least make this do something. Okay. Cool. So that is now for that. Okay, what I also want to do is for particle material 3D is drum particles. Material override particle material dots albedo color is going to become primary color. Yay. Okay, so that's one thing that we do. The other thing that we want to do is on here. Okay. We're going to override that guy. And we're going to do first is super strike. And it's not that that's a super strike. That is those that we call strike on a super class. That's the first thing that we want to do. Then we might want to vary the strike velocity. So for this, we need to start looking at. We're going to start with particle process material. Material particle process material is drum particles process material. Boom. And then at the end, we want to do drum particles emitting. True. So start emitting. Now the problem is that we can only hit our drum. Well, maybe we need to make this a bit faster then. So maybe even less than that, but we'll see. We might duplicate this a few times. That's something that I want to experiment with, but for now, that's fine. So we have our initial velocity here. So material, initial velocity min. Okay, so when we look at our strike velocity, it's been a while since I made our strike velocity thing. We have our max, so strike velocity divided by max strike velocity. And let's do that on a clamp. Boom. There we go. Then we say material dots initial velocity max, which is going to be times 2. Now, depending on how hard we hit our drum, our particles go up and down more. Now, the other thing that obviously I want to do, I'm not even getting that information here, so that is going to be interesting to deal with. How am I doing that? Oh, because that is going from the from our sticky stick. So eventually we want to go and get the location that we're striking. Let's actually go and put that in. Strike location. Okay. And now, where is our layer? Actually, let's just go and do a Google or a search on strike. Oh yeah, that's why. Okay. So let's go and do this first, and then after that, we're gonna go and fine tune our search a bit because find in files, strike, Polaroid match case. Fine. So now it's going to go a bit better. So here, obviously, our super strike is going to add our velocity as well. And then here we need to get our hit position, which I think is already hit local. Now the thing is, when we look here, that's on a Tomdom. It's going to complain that strike location is never used. So we are going to go and do this. Actually, let's also get rid of this one. Delta is never used. Actually, we don't even use delta, so let's go get rid of that function. No need to keep functions that we're not using. And that's actually passed through, so it's not going to be complaining about that, which is good. However, what I want to do here is eventually set strike location on material so that we can further change the initial velocity depending on how far away from the strike location we go. But we'll do that in a minute. We first want to see if we have gotten this part right. So let's go and see. I'm not going to worry about the notes that I'm supposed to play. Ooh, audio pack. That could be good, Nub. Okay. Whoa. So the first time that plays, that goes really bad. Oh, the other thing is, because this is on an angle, it goes there. Now the other problem is that I can only hit it once a second for this effect to work because my particles have a limited lifetime. Also, for some reason, the color hasn't changed. That's also funny, indeed. I hit it slow. They don't do much. I hit it fast. They go up. So I think that I would like to make that velocity a bit higher. So I'm actually probably going to do it ×2 here. ×4 there. That could make it a bit more explosive. But I didn't have the primary color change here. That's interesting. Oops. So that was on here, on this material. We have our albedo color that we change, which is currently the purple, which we are currently changing here. We didn't get an error there. Okay. One other thing that I want to do here is a func ready. This is a really dirty workaround. Drum particles visible is false. Drum particles emitting is true. I wonder if that's enough, actually. Might not be. Oops. Possibly if I make this false, it's not going to trigger drawing. I'm pretty sure that's not going to trigger drawing. Okay, is there another way that I can make this quickly run? Now what I really want is in the one shot to only emit like 100 particles, and then when we do it again, emit another 100 particles. But that's just not the way that the particles work. The only other way that I can do it is that we have a collection of drum particles objects, and every time that we hit one or hit the thing is that I cycle through a different one. So let's say that I have 3 sets of drum particles, and the first time I hit number 1, then I hit number 2, then I hit number 3, and then we recycle back to number 1. That would be one way to circumvent this issue that I can't hit it within half a second. So yeah, I need to figure that one out. I think that one stays, yeah, emitting. So that's kind of cool. So that's how I could do a collection of particle emitters. And then obviously they can all have the same process material. They can all share that. That's good. Now I'm pretty sure that this doesn't work. Oh, one way that I could do this. Let's see, where's the location of this thing? Transform. Yeah. Original transform 3D is transform. There we go. Means so that is actually drum particles transform. Thank you very much. Okay. No, that's not going to work either, because if our particles are not within view, it's also going to call it, and it's not going to play. All I need is for our thing to run once. And there's a way to do it, because I can make a yeah, I'm going to worry about that another day. What I'm going to do to make the drum particles play is eventually, once we're done with the proper material here, not that one, this one, then we're going to save that material to disk. And we're going to, in our main scene, have our process material somewhere inside of the player. And it's going to go emit the particles. But we're going to have some invisible, small particles to emit with, you know, a nonsense material. And that means that when we load our main scene, our particles flip one time, and at that point in time, our thing won't matter anymore. So for now, I think we just concentrate on making this work. Now the other thing that I want to do is I want to actually put a node 3D here, and I created that there, so that's in the right position. I'm going to go do that. I'm going to put that here. And now we're going to go and rename this one to drum particles as well. We'll eventually figure out how to make it nicer. That is now going to become a subscene. That's going to be in effects. This is going to be drum particles. Okay, cool. We have that. Then here, obviously, when we open that up, we want that to have its own script. Thank you very much. And in this script, we're going to have an export variable called primary. Actually, we're just going to call it color. It's going to be a type color. And just give it a default color. I think it should always have a default color. Okay, that's the color. Boom. Set value. Color is value. Boom. And then if is inside free update color. Which that means that we have to have that update color function. We're gonna say oops, pass on that. Then we want a ready function, which calls update color. Okay. So with that, go back to our tom drum. Obviously, now we want to go and say drum particles. Drum, not add dollar. Drum particles. Color is primary color. Boom. And now inside of drum particles, we can go and copy that in here. Okay. So that's of course going to be color. Now the thing that we obviously need to make sure that we do here is that if we have multiple of them, which we are going to create here, that they all share the same particle thing. Okay. And that suddenly makes me realize that actually I'm just going to call that particles now. Means that needs to change to particles. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm going to call that particles 0, 1. And we're going to do 0, 1, and we're going to make a remark here. All particle objects have the same material. Or share our material. Very good. Okay. So now another thing that I really want to double check, this should now nicely be 0, 0, 0, because that one has gotten the transform. Yeah, so I'm going to make that 0. I just copy that into my buffer. So I'm now going to go and say that's going to go there. So this one is now nicely placed properly. Actually, what I want to do here, how did I do my drum mesh? My drum mesh is minus 0.1. 0.3. How does that work? So that is actually slightly above there. Interesting. Which is why that is 0.58. So I'm actually going to make that 0.5. That's going to be flush. That means that actually I want my particles to be slightly above it, which I can actually, I'm happy to do that 1. And this one, I actually want to go back to 0. Whoops. That needs to be plus. That was the wrong way around. Okay. So that should now be flush with the top. Yeah, it is, because it's that blue line. I always get confused with the extra lines that we draw now. Okay, so that's got the particles slightly above it, and that should still go like that. Cool. All right, I think I'm pretty happy with that. Okay. So what we now want to do is we're actually going to go and convert our process material to a shading material. And now we're going to go and save this shader. Why is that a trash? Because that is a normal GD shader. So close that again. Save. And that is going to be drum particle shader. Okay. Cool. Because that one I probably need to go. Okay, we definitely have some cleanup to do there, but we'll deal with that later. Because the thing is that I want this shader material to be unique for each one. The draw passes, we're going to go share. So what I want to do here is I want to actually give that a name and say drum particle. That'll allow us to recognize that that is what it is. And then on geometry, we call that drum particle material. All right. So we now have 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure if they can actually share the GPU collision shapes. I believe that it only checks the GPU particles that are children. But I need to double check that. Actually, let's go and see if that's maybe in the help file. GPU particle collision. Okay, particle collision shapes can be used to make particles stop or bounce against them. Particle collision shapes work in real time and can be moved, rotated, and scaled. Okay. Particle material collision mode must be equal. Or hide on contact, that's fine. Particle only affect GPU particles, not CPU particles. Particle specific matter. Okay, I'm just going to gamble this. I'm going to say, what if... Oh, we're going to find that out pretty quickly, because if that no longer works... Yeah. Okay, so they share that. That's really cool. So we have 4. We might make more. We will see. Let's actually... No, I actually want to go... Yeah, actually make that here. Let's call it particles. Because that way we can have a group. I'm going to go and copy this onto this so we can all position them together. And that just goes under there, which now means that here we obviously need to do particles /0 material override. We set the color. And that should set the color of all 4 particle things. Okay. So the next one is that we need to actually play the strike. So where is our tum here? Now we got on strike, we do a super strike, but now we want to go and do this. Okay, cool, sweet. For that, we're simply going to do drum particles and we call strike on that, which means that we now need a strike function. I've got too many things open. I cannot see the wood for the trees anymore. Okay. Do it here. Where is my thumb drum? There we go, thumb drum. Now we're going to go and move that all like this. And we go over here. All right, cool. So what we now want to do is we want to do 4 particle in particles get children. Actually, particles then. If particles dot emitting, we want to do if not, so we find the first one that isn't currently playing some particles. And on that one, we are going to play this. Now, obviously, right now, they share all the same particles. So when we do this, well, it is a one-shot, so I'm assuming I'm able to iterate. I'm actually assuming that this will not this will actually not affect it that much. However, max. Oh, we don't have max. Okay, so this should become a strike factor. This is going to become location. And this becomes factor. And then now Tundrum is going to be that. And then, oh, that can remain strike. Location. Okay, so now we are going to loop through the 4 particles. The only thing that I don't know is because they share the particle material at this point in time, because I haven't made those unique. I can probably make them unique. That's probably what we need to do. So we go to 2 here. Okay. Eventually, we're going to need to clean that one up. And then obviously, we have our location in there. But let's for now do this. Is there a good way to figure out whether that worked? Because that just says, doesn't really help, does it? Okay. Oh, these all need to be local to scene as well. Local scene. Well, that's probably one way to see. Local to scene. Local to scene. Local to scene. Because obviously we don't want those shared amongst those. This one does not have to be local to scene. So if we have this thing in multiple places, we can reuse that. But this one does again need to be local to scene. And if I'm right, that means that if we go and look at this one, that should now be ticked because that is showing the same. Okay. And that means that our color can change without it changing for everything. Hey, Savita, how you going? Well, we're getting somewhere. Although this is the last thing that I'll work on tonight. And of course, my controller's off again. Hello. I'm controller, please. There we go. Okay, first time is always going to be, oh no, this case, breakpoint. Yay. Trying to assign value shader material. Oh, because that is no longer my particle process, but that is now a shader material. There we go. And that means that we need to change the way that we do this. So for that, we can actually go to effects and have a look at the code here. So that is the same initial. Why is that a different name? Is that the one that we need to do? No, because there should be default value 1 and 2 somewhere. Okay. No, I do think it is those ones, but particles, disable velocity. Why is it a random? I don't know. Direction, spread. Okay, let's go and have a look here. Where are we? Spread 5. Yeah, so initial linear velocity. Why is there suddenly linear in here and not in here? So this becomes set shader parameter. That one becomes that one. Yay. And that becomes times 4. Okie dokie. Let's see if that works better. Okay, the color is good now. So the bigger that I hit it, the bigger it goes. But I do not think it actually is switching between the different ones. So, oh, and that's probably because we're looping, and then I do that, and what I forget to do is if we find one, we have to return, because we only want to update one. So let's see how that works. There we go. So we only have 4, but I'm really hitting it much more than. Okay, so one thing that I want to do is make sure that the closer the particles are to where I'm hitting, do some more there. Not sure about this whole they're flying to me. I'm not convinced yet, but we might need to do some more with this. Okay. Time. I think I'm gonna halve that. Maybe 100 is, or 1,000 is a bit too much. Let's see, 3. That's a bit too little. It'll be good. I don't know. I think they're just too quick now because they're jumping off. You don't really see them return. So maybe, yeah, I need to see them come back. So 0.5 probably was better. Maybe we need much more than 4. I don't know. I'm going to give that some more thought. Obviously, we don't have nice particles yet. Maybe if we have better particles, it will look nicer. Obviously, I haven't gotten it to... Well, that's the thing. Is I could, of course, just move it to that location. That might actually work. Where is our size of our... Oh, it's over here. Yeah, so we got our mission sphere radius. I lost my scale curve. I thought we set that one up. I guess not. Okay. Yeah, that's all fine. That's all fine. I don't really care about any of these. So one thing that I was thinking about is actually moving it to the location. And we can try and do that. Let's just try this. Let's just see if that works nice enough. Yeah, perfect. So that's nicely on there. What I want to do now is I want to do location X, 0, location Z. Let's see if that works. It's just an experiment. That looks like the wrong location. And I'm also still thinking that. Okay, what we're gonna do now is, first of all, I want to go and say, oh, print hit particles dot name. So we're gonna print what we're hitting. The other thing that I want to do, I'm actually gonna do that just here. Now I need to check the name. I can do that like this. Mission sphere radius. I'm gonna make that a whole bit smaller. What is it here right now? 0.2. That's a bit too small. Let's make it 0.5. Makes it a bit clearer where I am hitting it. It's obviously not. It's always in the same spots, regardless of where. Well, almost the same. That's interesting. Now we can see that it's looping through our particles, so that's good. I also want to go and put a print here. No particle. There we go. So that will alert us that we are hitting it too quickly, and we need more particles to use. Okay. So, let's first test something. If I move you over there, yes, that works just fine. Really? Okay, hold on. So this first. Yeah, 0.05, 0.1. Make it a bit smaller than that. Oops. Okay, there's the test. And what we're going to do now is location. Let's just place it there and see what happens. See if we actually got the location right. Because I'm not convinced we have. Oh, look at that. Some bow. Okay, breakpoint. Invalid get index transform on base. No. Oh. Text. Okay, not even close to where I'm hitting it. Same thing with that one. Okay, are we sending the wrong thing through? Okay. Or am I just remembering wrong? Maybe that is an. Oh, yeah, that's probably why. Where's my thing? So this is in the global space of our drumstick, not in the space of what we're hitting. Okay, so we're just going to go and send through our hit position in global space for now. Okay, which then means that we go to our tom. So that's still called strike location. Okay, so here, what we want to do is global transform. Why did we do that on the hand? So inverse times location. Okay. Well, that looks better. Okay, cool. Okay, so we don't want our bowl anymore. That is working. Okay, so we, okay, how do we hear? We have, at no time did we get to a point where we did that. So I'm actually going to just cycle through the particles. I think that makes far more sense. So, okay. Particles. Zero. Ints. No, we don't need that. Okay, so what we're going to do here instead of that is we're going to say var particles GPU particle 3D is dollar particles get particle mode. So, okay. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Well, we're just going to go and say we're going to hit that one. Okay. And we're going to say particle no. This is one. If particle no is actually is Particles. Yeah, children accounts. Particles. What the heck? Oh, no. Okay. So I really couldn't spell there, could I? Particle out. Particle out plus 1. Particle out. Particle out back to 0. Okay, so now we're always going to pick a new one, regardless. That works way better. Until I hit it way too many times that I do run out of them. I think I shouldn't do the color thing. Kind of funny. Can't really hit it because I'm in the wrong spot. Okay, cool. All right, I think with that we have the basic stuff figured out. This is Godot, Vaxen. This is the Godot engine. So you can find that over here, the game engine you've been waiting for. Go check it out. See, I'm not happy with the effect yet, but the ingredients are there. We're hitting it at a spot. We're seeing something happening there. I think one of the things that I'm going to change is that I'm actually going to make the gravity align with local space. That's actually a pretty easy thing to change. Let's try that one as the last thing that we do, because it's 1:30 already. I need to go to bed. So we got gravity. There we go. Cool. Let's go change our gravity. And our gravity is going to be 9.8 times global transform dot bases dot y. Now the problem is that's up, so we need to do negate that. So now we're going to align the gravity with our drum, because we're not really caring about our gravity, we're caring about the particles falling back down to the drum. Okay. I do still believe that. So yeah, now we can see that the particles fall back towards the drum. I'm still not convinced that the particles should be the same color as the drum. We probably need to base it on the color of the drum. But we at least have them hitting on the right spot. They're falling back towards the drum, which is much cooler than what we had before. Oh, my shadow changes right over there. That's not very nice. So that's something that I need to tweak a little bit more, but I'm not going to do that tonight. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to leave it there because it is way too late. I've stayed up way too long. However, yeah, we did accomplish a lot of things tonight. We have got our a color setting for our drums now. We've got that our drum setup is now part of our song, so that when we have different songs, all the songs can have different instruments. We have the beginnings of a system that when you hit or miss notes, that they fall away or that something happens. So it no longer is you know, that there now is a visual representation that we're hitting. That we will change up those effects or make them better as we go on. That is just a way that we will go forward. And we've made a start that when we hit our drum, we get some particles. I'm not happy with the particles, but the principle behind it is there. And that is the most important part of it. Now it's a matter of tweaking it and figuring something nice and maybe do some other sort of animations as part of the particle effects. You know, maybe a expanding ring when you hit it or something like that. I don't know. I need to give that some more thought. Actually, one more thing that might be nice here. I don't know where that is actually set. I think that might actually be. No, it is on here. So we never put a bounce in there. So this is the last thing that I want to try out. I want to put a bounce in here and see what happens when we. Didn't really seem to do much. I think bounce is probably a factor, so I probably need to make that much higher. Doesn't really seem to do anything. I don't know. Again, that's one of the things that I just need to play around with and see what we can do. And I might be missing some settings here because it does limit what it shows here. Let's see. When we go to our shader, is that what it did up here? Let's just disable velocity. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. One of these days I really need to dive into this and see if I can't build a thing that runs this logic properly. Anyway, as I said, I'm going to leave it here. We have done a lot of stuff tonight. Plenty more to do, plenty more to figure out and make better. But I'm happy. I'm happy with the progress that I've made. You know, it's been a bit of experimentation and a bit of just figuring things out. We're probably going to redo a couple of things that I'm still not happy with. But I think in a general sense, it is doing what it is supposed to be doing. Next week, I am thinking about. Actually, next week is the Game Jam week, so I might be dedicating my stream to the start of the Game Jam, and yeah, we'll see what we do there. So I am planning to do a stream on Friday night. But yeah, it'll probably be in related to the Game Jam that we're planning to do. So yeah, that's where I'm going to leave it tonight. Oh, I noticed that my head sort of fell off the camera a few times. Okay, thank you all for watching. I hope it was educational. And I'll see you guys next time. Yes. Good evening.